Looks like everything's working. I haven't broke anything. So this is actually my first time streaming on Studio to Twitch. So it looks like everything is in one piece. Nothing has broken down other than sound alerts telling me 24/7 that I have to refresh my browser source, but I just reckon that's never gonna go away. But yes, we are celebrating transsexual and transgendered awareness tonight here at the Echoes Chamber, running from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in Famfrit, Shirogane, Ward 4, Plot 60, in the basement of the Echo House. Surprised I remember that right off the top of my head. Did I rehearse for any of this? Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, I am still in the process of getting everything kind of set up and ready. As we look around here in the Echoes Chamber, I literally just got done kind of color coding everything here with the pink, blues, and the whites for the transgendered flag, transsexual flag here. I even made sure to choose the blue lights instead of the purple lights for this evening as well. I don't think I really forgot anything in particular. Some of the stuff that's already painted blue I don't have to touch. Oh, the couches! I almost forgot. I have a lot of Raptor blue dye. Housing, indoor furnishings. I know what I'm doing. Wait, no. I don't know what I'm doing. Ha ha ha! Let's try that again. Furnishing color. Let's color this pink. There we go. Kind of get that matching the theme here. Hey, first bartender for the night. Miss Begonia is going to be behind the bar. In addition to Furs as well. He's going to be working the bar alongside Begonia here. So far, so good. Just still getting most everything set up for tonight. Still got to put out like my Discord advertisements and my Twitter advertisement. Brain is not working. Seems like my music just got a lot quieter too. 1 second. Let's see. There we go. That was turned way down for some reason. Still kind of quiet. Most everything I'm working on at the moment is actually background administrative stuff, advertisements and the such. Shrug. Speaking of which, I really need to hurry up and get this Discord advertisement out. It's like less than 20 minutes till now. So we're just gonna copy and paste this and rewrite it. Showing appreciation for transsexual and transgender awareness. Join us as we discuss key topics surrounding not bisexuality, transsexuality, join us as we discuss key topics surrounding transgender and transsexuals, and serve only the best elemental cocktails in town. We'll be streaming live discussion, and the club scene at this channel will be open from 9 till 1 a.m. Eastern Time. Find more information at, today's Saturday, not Monday, so I need to change that to the Saturday card, about our event exclusively for tonight. Alright, we got our advertisement. It looks good. I'm gonna spell check here. And we're gonna post. We got a few different Discords we're going to be posting it to here. Hey, Silver! Silver, since you are the first one to pop in here, does everything sound okay? I started using new software today, and I think I've got it set up right. I say that very tentatively. I don't know how it sounds, if it looks okay. Like, I am seeing that some of the frames have dropped a little bit, but it doesn't look terribly bad. Voice is okay. Oh, perfect. Okay, I'm happy to hear that. Oh, Bagani, I am so sorry. I'm not trying to ignore you here. Just trying to do 50,000 things at once here. Alright, that takes care of those advertisements. Okay, question about the alcohol beverages. I give 2 items for those yet, the frozen bit and the tinctures. Yes, that is correct. Both the frozen spirit and the corresponding elemental ward potion. Let's go ahead and start grabbing you everything you're going to need here for tonight. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of column C. Wait, did I miss something? Oh, the Frozen Spirits. Okay, it just moved to a different tab. That caught me completely off guard. Alright. Oh, I'm gonna have to grab a whole nother set for furs as well. Oh, this is gonna be fun. We're not trading 23 items tonight, but rather 46. Oh, yay. Oh, wrong person. Wrong item entirely. Picked up the chest instead of Begonia. Two more trades. Is that literally a cough sound effect that was just built into the music there? That caught me a little off guard. Did I do that? Alright, that covers Begonia. Now, let's grab all the stuff we need for furs as well. Oh wow, we're actually going through the multi quite a bit. It won't be long before we need to make some more of those. Now to hand over all this stuff to... Whew, furs, oh my goodness. All this stuff. A little darker than normal. Huh. I know, like, the sizing of the window is, like, barely just a few pixels off here. Oh, it looks like the stream chat is working. That's good. I wasn't sure if that was actually going to show up or not. So that makes me happy. I did. One of the biggest differences you're going to notice right now is up in the section where it shows like latest subscriber and follower and donator and all that stuff. It is now scrolling text instead of just a static name and or a number for like a donation or something. So that is new. I had to like physically go into what's called Stream Elements and make each one of those individually myself to make it work with this program. Because that was something that I was unable to port over from Streamlabs. Make sure I gave her 60 because I wasn't sure if I typed that right. Look at you, so fancy! It was giving me such a headache. I could not even tell you how much I was like forehead to desk hoping that I could do this. Oh, I'm losing frames. Oh no. Why? Is it because of my rendering and recording? You know, too many things at one time. I know I was trying to set up an effect for a sunrise sunset, and I spent hours working on it. Are you talking about like a sunrise sunset transition between different scenes? It looks like I'm wearing slippers or loafers with my pink shoes. Alright, we have Discord notifications sent out. We've got the club and the bar stocked and set up. We have not done the Twitter notification because Studio does not do that for me. HTTPS www.twitch.tv/Nagarumi. And now I need to do this in Discord as well. Start posting my Twitch link all over the place.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one. Only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. Life destroyed.
Alright, it's all done. No more marketing. Woo! Just for a single scene as a looping animation. Oh, okay. Kind of like the background overlay with how I've got like the solar black hole thing going on behind me right now. Like one of those.
Can I be your superhero? Superhero.
Oh my god, shame on me. I haven't even put up a party finder. What am I doing with my life? Echoes Chamber. Showing trans awareness tonight. Join in on the convo at twitch.tv/Nakarumi. I can't type, y'all. Bam, Shiro, Ward 4, Plot 60, Basement.
Gonna give it a shot, only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero.
Right, looks good. We're throwing it up.
Superhero.
Superhero. So, studio's trying to tell me I keep losing frames. Does it look like I'm skipping, or if I'm losing frames on the stream here? Anything of that nature? At least that you can tell. It looks good? Okay. I guess I'll just ignore it then. It's popping up in big red numbers and letters all on my side, and it's like making me want to stare at it the entire time. We'll have to like hide it out of sight. We need some different music. This is not gonna work. Go ahead and answer some Discord questions. Is there an Echo party tonight? You damn Skippy, there is.
Like a Hellcat.
Alright, I'm gonna plot my tushy on the stage. Oh, sound alerts. Yeah, sound alerts did his thing. I'll actually wait for some people to get into the club before I delve right into talking about the myths and facts and issues of transsexual and transgender. Role Players has jumped in the channel, y'all. Thank you, Drake, for the shout out. If it wasn't for Role Players, I wouldn't be where I'm at on Twitch nowadays, so definitely check her out, give her a follow, throw money at her, please. She deserves it. See, you say, you know, shut up, but I'm hearing please say more. I'm gonna be the biggest 14 streamer on Twitch. It was actually funny you said that. Earlier today, because I got let off of my 9 to 5 job early, but I was looking at other 14 players on Twitch, and I was like literally just kind of intercepting my way in, like, hi, nice to meet you. Hey, guess what? That big cat man over in the corner of your screen? That's me. Yeah, you want to run some stuff? I'm here to help. Has a plan. Exactly, networking 101, baby. But that's definitely one of the things I love the most about Final Fantasy XIV, is especially compared to so many other MMOs, the community is very, very interlocked with each other. They're actually willing to get to know new people, love interacting with different circles and different cultures and different backgrounds. There is toxicity in the game. I'm not saying that it's not toxic entirely, but the level of it, especially in comparison to other games, is very, very little. Oh, yeah, I know that the wedding yesterday, I almost missed it myself, honestly. Literally was not able to even make my character on the Exodus server until like 20 minutes before the wedding. And then I had to create my character, get logged in, which was a wait, because of course there's the login servers, at least do enough of the tutorial and the story so that I could physically run and sprint my big furry tail to East Shroud so I could get to the Sanctum of the 12 in nothing but my Hrothgar Smalls wear. So here comes this caveman looking Hrothgar sprinting towards the chapel like, I'm here! Literally showed up in nothing but my beginning gear. I think there was 2 minutes before that doors actually opened for the ceremony was when I got there. If not less. If not less. Yes, the pictures are amazing. Since, you know, it was actually Glace's wedding, so of course, you know, she wasn't going to be taking her own pictures, or I should say Chiho, really. Was it Lustria that took the pictures? Am I saying the name right? She did an amazing job. Baffled by the news of you running all the way. I literally ran all the way from Gridania to Eastern Shroud, sprinting every 60 seconds, trying to hurry to get there as quickly as I could. It was so funny. And I didn't have the Cardinal Discord in my servers, so it wasn't like I could pop in and be like, hey, somebody give me a ride. Rosa had to find me on Roleplayer's server and be like, hey, you know, we're all over here. It was great. It was definitely a memory, for sure. Naka literally ran his furry tail on foot to the Sanctum of the 12. This little level 1 running through all those mobs, sprinting my butt off. It was worth it. 100% was worth it. Oh, let me work on one of my macros while I'm sitting here. We have a hydrate. I see you, Drake, over there. Oh, role players, you would be so proud of me. Today's my first day officially using Studio. I am trying to retire Streamlabs. Literally took me 2 days worth of reading and looking up videos to transfer everything from Streamlabs to Studio. But you know what? I'm here. I made it happen. Get rid of that garbage. Oh yeah, I'm having to reteach myself on everything in Studio, but I know it's got more functionality and capability, so I'm happy I'm making the switch. And now I can finally stream to YouTube and Facebook independently without having to worry about all the bells and whistles and slobs causing issues. I was about to do something. What was I about to do? Oh, I was going to pull up my stream manager here. The chair dance! Somebody finally redeemed the chair dance! Riker got the first chair dance. Oh god, Drake, shut up. I know. I know. Oh, see, now the beautiful thing about this chair, now that I, have built it, have received it, and am sitting on something that's comfortable, I'm already sitting up straight. Like, this little lumbar support pillow that is behind my back right now forces me to sit up straight, so I'm going to refund you those points. Because there's literally no better way I can sit up straight right now. Phrasing? Oh, I don't even know what I said. That would have required phrasing. But you know what? Because you said phrasing, do I have the sound effect? Do I have it? Let's see. There you go. That actually looks like it was pretty loud. I'm going to turn the volume down on that just a little. I have been waiting for the moment to be able to use that for so long. You don't even know. Ah. Crying. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta work on this macro. We're just gonna say trans, because if I try to type transsexual and transgendered, it's not gonna fit. Trans awareness. Welcome to the Echoes Chamber. Tonight we're showing appreciation for trans awareness. Please visit said website for info. To order off of our menu, the rest of it pretty much writes itself. Good. Looks good. Look, you and Drake both. I learned my lesson, okay? I'm not gonna do that again. I am. I'm extremely pretty. Me and my friends were talking about this over dinner last night. We went out with my roommate's family to go out to eat. I know, I love this thing so freaking much. I did not expect this good of a quality hoodie when I ordered this sucker. Of course, I got my, you know, Tiger Hrothgar t-shirt underneath. It is so yellow. I just cannot get over how highlighter yellow this thing is. It is so intense. I'm gonna turn on my overhead light too, if I can reach it. There we go. Oh yeah, Echo is up and running. It is 9 or 10 past 9 o'clock Eastern time. We're going to be running until 1 a.m. Eastern. Go ahead and come on in. We're going to be talking about transsexual myths, facts, issues, concerns. I have lots of articles open here, and of course the key points that we're going to be talking about, which came from a different news source this time around. Yes, Drake, give me those frozen spirits. Please and thank you. Oh, wait, maybe I lied. Maybe it is the same news source. I have to double check myself here. I've been working on 3 different events today, so I may have gotten my articles confused. Let's see. Okay, so for tonight, it's still the same news article source, helpline.com. Oh, speaking of which, though, I want to specifically point something out here. Let me bring up my my screen capture and drag this over. I want to specifically point out on our website for tonight, where we have the event listed, I specifically found some amazing artwork from the artist called The Land of Ink and Charcoal. She personally drew these dragons with all the trans symbol here. I believe this is for male to female on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side is from female to male. And then, of course, just the regular transgendered recognition and representation here in the medal. But all three of these were done by her. She has several other dragons, including all other spectrums of the LGBTQ plus spectrum there. Definitely click on the link that is on our website. It will take you to her Tumblr page where all of these nifty Pride dragons are shown and are available. As usual, if you do ever want to use somebody's art, make sure that you give them the credit for it. And she does also have a frequently asked questions page on her Tumblr if you want to use her art specifically for something like an event, for example. But as long as I made sure to have her credited here, we do have permission to use the artwork, and I definitely wanted to give a shout out to her because this stuff looks amazing. Definitely check out her other dragons for sure. Oh, Naka, soon, whoever wants. Come along to drop some actually. Oh, okay. It's just as far as who you're giving the frozen spirits to. I mean, if you just want to come right up to the stage and trade them to me, I already have like an ongoing stack of frozen spirits right now from where I was crafting them. So that should work too. Ooh, we got some bits. Aw, thank you, Silver. I was about to say that should update you. Yep, right there in the supporter section. Now that we've got them working with Studio, look y'all, that actually took me a long time to get these alerts that go across the top of the page to work correctly, because it would not port over from Streamlabs at all. Let's see. Let's turn off my screen capture here. There we go. Usually always right in the corner. Nobody puts baby in corner. Alright, let me pull up my transsexual articles and transgender here. Now I just gotta remember which article it was we were looking at. Here it is. Alright, I found it. I found it. So unlike some of the other articles and testimonies that we've been reading before, these are not like direct quotes from somebody. This article took a little bit of a different perspective. Like the very headline itself says, is there a difference between being transgender and transsexual? So of course that's the topic that this article was based around. So they do open up by saying the word transgender itself is an umbrella term that describes those who have a gender that's different from the sex that they were assigned at birth, whether it be male, female, or intersex. Transsexual is a more specific term that fits under the transgendered umbrella. So this is kind of like how we were talking about bisexual versus pansexual. This word can be contentious and shouldn't be used unless someone specifically asked to be referred to this way. Read on, well, then it just says read on to learn more about the difference. But that does go on to explain, again, the more umbrella nature of what transgendered is versus transsexual, which tends to be more specific. Just like how pansexual is taking the consideration of gender out of the question entirely, where bisexual is more focused on two or more genders specifically. Keep wanting to bop in my chair because of the music. It's hard to sit still. Why are you not loading? Oh. Technical difficulties. Bear with me 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. Discord decided to be a meanie. So let's go ahead and start with an opener here at the club. Because it's going on about 9:20, we can go ahead and get started. Welcome everyone to our night of celebration in the awareness of both, I can't spell, transsexuality and transgendered. Going to open up the floor by talking about some key points brought to us by writer Mir Abrams. Works with Helpline, .com. Be prepared for catnip. Oh no. Oh no. Who's getting high? There's a big old kitty cat on my stage. Oh, what shirt is that? I don't think I've seen that one before. I liked how it had kind of the key and whatever else was hanging off of that necklace there. You know, I totally could have examined him and actually take a look at the shirt. Too little, too late. Oh well. Oh, here comes the pooping frog. Somebody sit on Guy. Just sit on top of him. I believe that is the best way to deal with that frog. Ooh, Caden's here too. I didn't even see him sneak in. He's under Zoom. He has become the stool. Zune and Gag have become buddies. You have made friends with the pooping Lalafell. That's concerning a little bit, actually. I still love my screenshots of him peeking from under my dress at a bonding. That sounds like Gag. You know what? Let's change up the music here. Let's find something different. Where did I had another channel? See if I can find it here real quick. Oh, slow down. Stop. Here we go. And the volume is much higher on this one too. Holy cow.
Like the smoke in my lungs, you got me feeling so numb. Oh, all I felt was you. I was out of my mind, you were killing me inside. Yeah, I know the truth.
Okay, TV's time with the hubs. Father's Day weekend and all. Oh, it is Father's Day weekend. I completely forgot. Let me make a note of myself here so I can do a shout out to the fathers in my life here. Because I can guarantee you, if I don't at least say something, my mother will say something to me about it. So let's avoid that headache, why don't we? We listen to the same freaking music, I swear. And this is not your channel, actually, by the way. This one I found off of YouTube here. If I went to my personal Pandora station, it would be a lot of Meghan Trainor, I swear. I definitely love Meghan Trainor. I feel, oh god, there's a pink chicken. Wow. You're Welcome song or something like that. Like, all of her music has just such a strong, empowering message to it all. I know when she was like first coming out and Adele was still a big thing, like Adele's music is good. She's got talent, don't get me wrong. But I always felt like it didn't send out the message and the emotion that I would have liked to have received out of her music. Whereas Meghan Trainor, on the other hand, was just always so much about self-confidence and empowering yourself to be a go-getter and be ambitious and know what you deserve and that you do deserve it. Just, God, I love her music so much. I will still, to this day, never let my niece live down that moment when she heard me listening to Me Too in the shower, as I was, of course, singing it as loud as I could for the entire neighborhood to hear. And as soon as I get out of the shower and start to get ready, I just see her walking around the house with her little 2 fingers on each hand going, me too, me too, me too. And I couldn't have been a prouder gunkle at that moment in my life ever. That is one of those moments that I will never forget. I know, right? It's like, ah! So proud of my baby. She is such a sweetheart. Now, she definitely is her mama's child. If she is ever a tribute to my sister, I don't know what is. Because in a lot of ways, she is just like her mama. But that little baby girl, my heart.
From the beginning, I didn't know what we had. I didn't see clearly.
Right, let's go on to number 2. Well, actually, this is technically number 1 in the article series, but anywho, they're not numbered, so we're just going to call it number 2. So this says, what exactly does it mean to be transgender? So the term transgender can mean different things to different people, and this is a very, very common thing we keep hearing at the beginning of all their articles. Any of these terms, any of these labels that we have gone through thus far, every single one of them have begun by saying that the term itself can mean different things for different people. So I always default to saying, always ask what a person's sexuality, especially if they do use a word or term to define their sexuality, ask what it means to them, because it can differ from person to person. But it goes on to say there are a number of other labels individuals who are transgender also use to describe their gender. This can be confusing at first, particularly if you or someone you know think that they might be transgendered. For example, a person who is assigned a female sex at birth and has a male sense of self could be categorized as transgender. A person who is assigned a male at birth and has a female sense of self could also be categorized as transgendered. It is a two-way street, it goes both ways. Sometimes those who are transgendered use the abbreviated term trans to convey the idea that the sex that they were assigned at birth doesn't fully and accurately reflect their core sense of self or internal experience of gender. Those who are transgendered can identify as women or as a woman, a man, or combination of both, or something else altogether, especially when we get to talking about non-binary. The word transgender can also be used in conjunction with other labels to indicate the gender or sex of someone. Did they write that right? Hold on. The word transgender can also be used in conjunction with other labels to indicate the gender or sex someone. Oh, okay, I see how they worded it. Sorry, this was my bad. The word transgender can be used in conjunction with other labels to indicate the gender or sex that someone knows themselves to be. That's what it was trying to say. For example, someone can identify as a transgendered man, a transgendered woman, or a transgendered non-binary person. We just said non-binary. Non-binary is an umbrella term that describes those who have a gender that can't be exclusively categorized as male or female. So as a rule of thumb, the term transgendered provides information about the extent in which someone identifies with the sex they were assigned with at birth. The following word often communicates important information about the way someone experiences and understands gender, as well as how they might want to be referred to. So for example, a transgendered male is someone who doesn't identify with the sex assigned at birth and has a sense of self that is male. A lot of this is redundant, I apologize, but it's just to reinforce the fact. Some transgendered people change their appearance, their body, their name, or legal gender marker to convey and affirm their internal experience of gender. Others don't feel the need to make those necessary changes to express and validate this aspect of who they are. Either way is okay. So that was a lot of, I don't want to say rigmarole because it is important as far as describing what transgendered is and what it means. But to wrap it up in a nutshell, it is basically saying that person who has a sense of self or a sense of identity that is not coherent with the gender that they were assigned with at birth is what defines and makes up a transgendered person. That was about 50 different ways to say the same thing, but at least they were able to convey that information clearly. This is a really long one to be posting, but I get it. And speaking from when I say experience, I'm not saying, speaking of experience of being transgender myself, um, when I do talk about my self-identifiers, I do consider myself to be a cisgendered male. That was my sex assigned at birth. That is my sex that I identify in current day. So I've not had the experience of being or identifying as transgendered, but especially as I have been more so online than in local communities. But ever since I did move up to the city and started networking with people online, especially during the era of the pandemic, as it's going to be written in the history books, I have met so many extraordinary people who are transgendered. And honestly, just from a humanitarian point of view, can easily blow other people out of the water just with how amazing they are and their personalities and able to overcome trials and tribulations and transgressions, especially when it comes to prejudice and discrimination, um, not just from people who are cisgendered, but also just in the LGBT community in general. It's amazing how much prejudice there is within our own community against transgendered and transsexuals. It's very disappointing.
Under the pressure of walking in your shoes, caught in the undertow, just caught in the undertow. And every step that I take is another mistake to you. I become so numb, I can't feel you there. I become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming there. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you.
Welcome to Naka's DJ session, where we are no longer talking about the issues, the LGBTQ plus spectrum, where we're just now listening to music and chair dancing for the rest of the night. Help.
Afraid to lose control, 'cause everything that you thought I would be is falling apart right in front of you.
Caught in the undertow, I'm caught in the undertow.
Every step that I take is another mistake to you. And every second I waste is more than I can take.
I become so numb.
Feel you there. I become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming there. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. Become so numb, I can feel you there. I become so tired, so much more aware.
Oh, that's how you do it. Okay. One of the things I was trying to figure out with Studio was how to like get how many viewers, how long you've been streaming for, like basically the statistics. I finally figured it out and found where it was. I don't feel so special.
Searching for salvation, can we find our way back, caught up in confusion.
True, yes. The stream manager does have all that. With the way that I've got everything set up though, with my 3 monitors, at least for the time being only 3, is I do have the game on my primary, which is like my full 28-inch over here. On the other 2 screens, I have Studio on one, and then I've got all of my browsers and Discord on the last one. So while I'm going through my browsers, especially with all the articles on the transgendered information, I don't have my stream manager up. So I'm not able to see it, whereas on Studio, now that I figured out where to put it, I got it available in Studio. I plan on getting more. Like this has become my life goal. No Life Naka is going in head first, no stops. This is now my new life. I was actually going to talk to my 9 to 5 job manager today about some of my future goals and ambitions as far as what I'm working on with right now. Because truth be told, they're actually kind of excited for me, and who knows? I might get a sponsorship from my own company. We'll see. That would actually be kind of cool. When I finally do get to the point where I might be able to transition my long-term employment from one thing to the other, um, as long as we're making amicable, am I saying that right? Um, ends and everything, and make sure I leave on good terms, it could be a possibility I could get an actual sponsorship. Because they do work in the tech industry, so this kind of would be slightly up their alley. It really would. Like, I'm looking at every opportunity that's out there. Um, my 100%, my business ambition mind has been going in overdrive for the past few days, and I've just been coming up with all different ideas and opportunities and stuff. Yes, exactly. I actually had to help my friend with a video that he put out of just bad weather that happened, and a news station asked him if they could use the video, and he said he could, and he started getting like offers to have his video basically copyrighted under their branding, and I had to look over the contracts and read it like word for word. It was one of those where it's like, here's the benefits, but also here's the cons if you decide to do this. So, I mean, this is up to you, ultimately. But based on how some of this is said, I wouldn't do it. Disclaimer, not legal advice. Oh, trust me. Yes. Disclaimers are life. A Mickeyable. Drake, what you just typed out actually confused me even more. MICKEYMOUSE. Good, that was the plan. I hate you. That was an evil plan. Anyways, we're gonna move on, because all these topics, I hate you too. Because all of these headings and topics kind of bounce off of each other with what they talked about. So we were just looking at what exactly does it mean to be transgendered. So now it's going to be breaking down more specifically into what is transsexual. So here it says, historically and medically, the term transsexual was used to indicate a difference between one's gender identity, their internal experience of gender, and the sex assigned at birth, male, female, or intersex. More specifically, the term is often, though not always, used to communicate that one's experience of gender involves medical changes, such as hormones or surgery. So this is more of a physical perspective. And with these hormones or surgery that help alter their anatomy and appearance to more closely align them with their gender identity. Similar to the word transgender, the meaning of transsexual can vary from person to person, culture to culture, and across history. Despite their similar definitions, many transgendered people don't identify as transsexual. Transsexual isn't an umbrella term. It should never be used to refer to the entire transgendered community. It is important to remember that the term transsexual doesn't include or reflect the experience of many who are part of the transgendered community. Therefore, it shouldn't be used to refer to someone unless they are specifically asserting that preference. Furthermore, some transgendered people find the word transsexual to be offensive and stigmatizing. This is because of its history and roots in the professional fields of medicine and psychology, which use this term. I'm telling you, somebody who writes these articles doesn't understand grammar. In the professional fields of medicine and psychology, which use this term to incorrectly label all transgendered people as mentally ill or sexually deviant. Now, especially because I know as much as we love the Rocky Horror Picture Show, that movie was kind of introduced during a time when transsexual, the word itself, transsexual, was more so used almost in a derogatory means and term. So even though they were trying to bring a lighter light onto the subject, and definitely bring out more awareness to the transsexual community when it came to that movie, in some ways it did good, in some ways it did not. But the word has not always been used in a fond way. That's kind of like how the word gay is sometimes used in a derogatory way, even though by pure definition it's not a derogatory term. But you know, especially with younger generations, and even in like my own generation when we were much younger, you know, calling something gay was considered a negative thing. So very much in that same respect, transsexual has been used that way too, where it hasn't always been positive or just a matter-of-fact type definition. Let's see. Professionals in medicine and mental health now understand that having a transgendered or transsexual gender identity is not a mental illness, and that transgendered identities are a naturally occurring part of the human gender diversity and gender experience. So the awareness and the actual fact that the word itself in definition is not meant to be derogatory, it has not always been the case in the way that it's used. But there is the acknowledgement, the awareness that it hasn't always been that way. And obviously, or at least based on what the article is saying, they are trying to make efforts to rectify how it's been used incorrectly in the past. To explain what exactly does it mean to be transsexual. A lot of copy and pasting. That paragraph didn't quite fit with the character limit there. So truth be told, with my experiences, I honestly never knew the definite difference between transgendered and transsexual, other than what I've gathered over just context clues in history, where I knew transsexual meant more of a physical transition, where it did include the changing in appearance and having different antics and different habits, going through hormone replacement therapy, and actually getting the surgeries to assign the correct bits and bobs to the gender identity that the person has a core basis and alignment with. Whereas transgendered has always been more so where there hasn't been so many physical changes, but the person is actually identifying to say, yes, my assigned sex at birth was X, Y, or Z, but I identify more with ZYX, or whatever it may be at for that person.
I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah.
So this article actually does help to clear that up a little bit more, even more so for me. Try not to post these paragraphs too fast here.
Sorry I kept you waiting forever and a day. But now we're out here together with nothing standing in our way. Can you feel the attraction?
Feel the attraction.
Feel the attraction. Can you feel it between us? This energy's inside.
One thing I need to remember to do, since I was just singing the song, is I am going to have to go back on this VOD and make sure I did the setup correctly to ensure that the music doesn't get recorded to the VOD. Because it is very, very different to do this in studio than what it was in Streamlabs. I think I figured it out. I think I did it right. Hopefully I didn't do it backwards, otherwise all you're going to hear is the music and nothing else on the VOD, and that's going to be absolutely terrible. But either way, I'm recording the whole thing, just in case. And yet, that would be just another reason for y'all to call me pretty.
Taking over your body, it's flowing through your mind. This feeling's got me on fire. Don't ever leave it all behind. Can you feel the attraction?
The attraction. The attraction.
Feel it between us. This energy's inside us like electricity. Feel the love running through like electricity. Feel the love.
Jake, I see you looking all stoic and solemn over there beside the jukebox. Looking at you kind of reminds me of that one song, Prop Me Up, on top of the jukebox, or how does it go? Prop me up on the jukebox before you leave, or something like that. Just internalizing? What do you mean internalizing over there? Are you just people watching? Is that what you're doing?
Can you feel me?
That tea is really strong in my thermos, like I need to water it down with some water. Let's go with people watching, okay.
I see the light inside you, brighter than the skies. Hold on, just let us escape and fly away tonight.
Ooh, excuse me, y'all.
We have the world in our sight, and I know together we'll be alright. Can you see forever we will go?
Ooh, noodle. Who dat? Wow, look at all that purple. Matches her hair and everything. Looks amazing. Okay, let's see. Next article. Um, so we were just talking about what exactly does it mean to be transgendered, what exactly does it mean to be transsexual, and then it kind of bounces back and said, it sounds like we just talked about the same thing twice, doesn't it? So what's the difference? So as we skip past advertisements here, the main difference between the word transgender and the word transsexual has to do with the way that it's used and experienced. Many transgender people report having negative associations with the word transsexual. Current best practices in transgender health still use the word transsexual, but acknowledge that it's no longer the most inclusive and affirming term to describe someone who has a gender that's different from the sex they're assigned with at birth. Transgendered or trans are now the generally accepted and promoted terms that Western societies use to describe those who have a gender that's different from the sex assigned at birth. Transgender tends to be more inclusive and affirming than transsexual because it includes the experience of those who pursue medical changes to affirm gender as well as those who do not. While some transgendered and transsexual advocates have argued that the word transsexual doesn't always have to include medical changes, this notion hasn't yet been widely accepted by the larger transgendered community. So again, we're just kind of backtracking on the fact that it means different things to different people. Generally, the word transgender recognizes the need to medically alter one's body. Hormonal makeup or appearance isn't required for everyone who identifies with a gender that's different from the sex assigned at birth. The decision to pursue physical and medical changes can vary from transgendered person to transgendered person. So again, a lot of repetition, redundancies here, but it is just enforcing the fact that, again, the word transsexual has not always been in the most positive of light in the context that it has been used, and that by using transgendered, we are kind of avoiding that offense and also making sure that we're being more so inclusive with those who identify as trans without the need of any appearance or physical change, and also still including the ones that don't require any appearance or physical changes, but still identify as a different gender than the sex that they were assigned with at birth. So that kind of brings both sides of the coin there together under one umbrella term. Such an informative stream. That's my goal. I definitely want these streams for all of our Pride Months events to be... Oh, somebody just joined my party. Interesting. That completely threw me off track there. I do want these streams to be extremely educational and informative, and for anybody who is watching and participating is able to walk away knowing something more than what they did prior to coming. Myself included, like just talking and reading the definitions between transsexual and transgendered helped define that even more so for me. I'm gonna do a quick chat cover here because I don't know why this person joined my party. I can't walk away if you have to break my ankles to get me to learn. Quite! What? Oh. I don't know who this person is and why they joined my party. They haven't responded to me. What? Did I just miss something? The only comment I just caught was this entire bar is horny on Maine. I was like, wait, what? I have not been reading. Ah! Artists! Alright, let me adjust my chat settings here so I can start showing it again. There we go. Oh, we got the newlyweds in the house. I see a Kage. Do I see a Chiho? Is there a Chiho hiding in there somewhere? Misery is a reference where a fan stalks a book author and chains him to the bed, breaking his ankles so that he can't leave. Oh, Oh, that was a horrifying story experience. I have not seen the movie yet, actually. I need to see it. So is that going to be movie number 2 we need to put on the list there, role players? The first one being Crazy Rich Asians, and now Misery. I'm a minute away from watching Crazy Rich Asians and Hustlers. Well, at least you went out. Me, on the other hand, I still haven't even halfway looked in the direction of a bar or a club or anything. Woo! We got an open tab. Oh, hopefully, since we have two bartenders, they can keep up with it between the two of them. Could do a shared spreadsheet for them, but that's not something I'm going to set up right at the moment. That would have to be like a 15-minute Discord call on the side to explain that. But I'm going to continue down the article because we do have a good number of stuff to go over here. But let's see. The next one, it says, why is the term transsexual so contentious? So we were talking about the difference between transsexual and transgendered and why transgendered is preferred over transsexual because of the way that it's been used in a negative context in history. So I believe this is going to go over why it has been so contentious in the past. But let's see. The term transsexual can be contentious because it was historically used to categorize transgendered people as mentally ill. It often served as justification for discrimination, harassment, and mistreatment. This term is heavily debated both within the transgendered community and outside of it. Some people feel it's necessary and important to have a medical diagnosis or surgery to validate one's transgendered experience. Others feel a medical or mental health diagnosis and requirement for intervention only perpetuates the inaccurate assumption that transgendered people have an inherent medical or mental health problem. In the past, transsexualism, transvestism, and gender identity disordered were the labels used to medically and psychologically categorize someone who has a gender or appearance that differs from the sex assigned with at birth. Current medical and psychological guidelines have moved away from using those terms to convey the idea that being transgendered or transsexual in and of itself is not a mental illness or a medicinal or medical problem. More accurately, it's the lack of access, acceptance, and understanding of gender diversity that contributes to the mental health issues many transgendered people face today. Gender dysphoria is the current diagnosis used to describe the distress an individual may experience as a result of having a gender that's different from the sex assigned at birth. So thusly, instead of it being considered a mental illness or a psychological problem to be transgendered, it is actually the stress brought on by prejudice and discrimination that causes an alternate diagnosis of gender dysphoria. Which, for anybody that is especially open and out about their LGBTQ status whatsoever, does understand that to a degree. Maybe not specifically, gender dysphoria, but we definitely have had the stress, the trauma, the constant little voice in the back of our head saying that we shouldn't do public display of affection or express who we are or have anything that would alienate or discriminate us against the average Joe out there. Pretty much anybody in that spectrum understands that type of pain, that type of distress. Now, of course, since we are talking about transgendered and transsexual specifically, we are referring to gender dysphoria, but there's definitely a lot more to it than just dysphoria for gender differentials. If I tell you something in confidence, does that count as gaining confidence? Only quite. Random and a little bit of a tangent thought here, but since you did mention about actually like going out role players, that did kind of make me curious and wonder if there is like a gamers club or bar that exists somewhere. I'm sure there is. I just have no idea where it is or where I would even begin to look for one. But if such a thing does exist, that would be a place I would really be interested in going. It basically would be like an internet cafe, but, you know, with nothing but gamers all inside. Yes, please. What did you say? Okay, so since you were talking about going out, like actually going to a bar or club or whatever, just complete, like, oh, that's the esports arena? They gave me a personal tour. See, that would be up my alley altogether. Because I've been to, like, the quote-unquote gay bars and the gay clubs that are in my area and in this state. But even then, like, I sometimes feel like it's not exactly my niche of people. You'll love this, chef. Oh, there's a hyperlink even. Gamers live here. I love the hashtag already. Oh wow, this place looks amazing. See, I would lose my credit card in this place. Just like in Futurama, take all my money. It's done. Done, done, done. We have so few and far in between options here. Through the HyperX Critical Role Party. Oh god. Y'all, let's just say if I didn't live in the Southeast, my lifestyle would be a different story altogether. Oh, I hear bard music. Hang on. Hang on. I hear bard music. Oh, and of course the moment I turn the game volume up, it's like, oh, here we go. I'm beeping. I know some of y'all would recognize that. It actually sounds like they're like physically playing the song. This is not like a macro player at all. Fa la 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 la. Yeah, that was not a MIDI file. Oh, YouTube? Did you die? There it goes. It never gets stuck in my head. Not once. Nope. I don't know what you're talking about. Never heard this song. Don't recognize it. Mm-hmm.
I'm waking up to ash and dust. I wipe my brow and I sweat my wrist. I'm breathing in the chemicals. I'm breaking in, shaping up, then checking out on the prison bus. This is it, the apocalypse. Whoa, I'm waking
Uh-huh.
up.
I see who that is now. Mm-hmm. Wait, no, of course not. You're not lying. Not at all. Nope. None whatsoever. Alright. Back to our discussions of transgendered and transsexual. Hey, going on from talking about the term transsexual being a contentious word, it says that if it has this kind of history, why do some people refer to themselves in this way? I definitely have a bit of a story I can tell in regards to that statement alone. But despite this history, some in Western cultures and other cultures across the globe continue to use the word transsexual to refer to themselves and the experience of having a gender that's different from the sex that they're assigned with. Many who use the word transsexual to describe their gender see a medical diagnosis, medical transition using hormones, and gender confirmation surgery as important parts of their experience. They use the term to help communicate that viewpoint. Remember that the negative connotations of the word transsexual vary from person to person, from culture to culture. If a particular culture, community, or individual experiences and uses, wow, hold on. They word some of these sentences so funny. A particular culture, community, or individual experience. Yeah, they didn't write this right. If a particular culture, community, or individual uses the word transsexual as a respectful and authentic descriptor, then it can be used in that particular situation or context. Yeah, they completely mistyped that. Now, what I was talking about when I was saying I could relate to this header, if it has this history, why do some people refer to themselves in this way? Talking about the word transsexual. I can't say the word on Twitch because it is against their terms of service. However, there is a particular 6-letter word that used to be commonly used to refer to a gay male when somebody was trying to call them a slang term. It starts with F. I'm pretty sure we all know what word I'm talking about. But when I use that word, in the way that I say it and refer to anybody I'm talking to, and if and when I use that word, I always use it in a positive connotation, in extreme reinforcing context, and or in a manner of endearment. It's kind of like how we sometimes use the word bitch. You know, it's a very universal word. Like, some of my best friends, I always refer to them as, my bitch or my bitches or you a crazy bitch, and I always say it with a positive reinforcement behind it. And by no means is it meant to be offensive or derogatory or in a negative context whatsoever when I say that or use that to a person. So when I drop the F word on somebody, I say it as a means of endearment and positive reinforcement. This can be kind of said about transsexual as well, where even though it does have a history of being used in a very negative means, in a very negative way, as a term where people have tried to use it in prejudice and discrimination, like, I want to turn that around and make this word to mean and to stand for something different. And I will do everything in my power to make this word a positive connotation and completely make people forget that it was a negative word in the first place. So when I drop the F-bomb that I'm not allowed to say on Twitch, I say it with the most positive support and reinforcement behind it as I can, because I want to turn around the derogatory means that people have associated with that word. And I feel like the same can be said about transsexual. Even though it had a horrible history and a horrible past of being used in such a discriminatory and way of prejudice, it can still be used and defined as a term that has a positive meaning. Also meant as a bundle of sticks. Yeah, and I mean, it does have that alternate definition, and like you said, also a cigarette in England. So it does have alternative meanings. But I guess to even further explain that concept is my own family history. Without having to go into a complete autobiography here on my stream, my last name is not exactly associated with the best of people in my area, given very dramatic and traumatic episodes that have occurred throughout my lifetime. Some of my family does not have a good reputation because of that. However, I have made it my own personal mission to not necessarily validate or to correct the actions of my ancestors or whatever in that means or measure. But at the same time, I don't want that negative context to try to define who I am or define or predefine, I should really even say, my ability to be a humane person. So even though I have been prompted with the option and the ability to change my last name, I'm very, very strong about upholding my last name and making sure that I give my last name a good reputation and a positive outlook, even though my ancestors and predecessors haven't done such a wonderful job with it. So I guess that's another point I want to add to that. Want to know what kind of fuel is shaped into sticks now? I mean, fuel in the shape of sticks, they literally make these fire sticks things that you can use as kindling for a fire that have this long burning property to it. I will gladly help you redeem that hydrate right there. But yes, this particular part of the article I can definitely get behind, because this has a lot of relation to me and what I try to achieve in my own life in regards to certain terms and even my own name, for example.
I gave a break and I'm still tired. I went away, doesn't feel like it. Holding my breath while I kill time. Almost like questioning real life, cause after you've done it and done it again, the results only showing the
Fuel
same
for
side.
fire
You
totally
wonder what's
escaped
happening,
me.
why is it working
Wait,
for
what?
others, but I'm only stuck in the struggling. Yeah, where does it start and where does it end? Who is an enemy, who is a friend? What is the purpose I'm working to get? Something that's gone when you're turning your
Did
head
that
away.
not like
How do I know what it's
compute
like?
for a second there when you said what kind of fuel is shaped into sticks?
I got lost on the way, I can't go back now.
As a matter of fact, I think we have some of those in the top of our coat closet here at this house. Just they're more like bricks than they are sticks, but they are long, like rectangular, almost meter stick like type things, and they're meant to be broken in half. But yeah, you can take them to use as kindling for a fire, and they just like burn forever in a day. Of like nuclear power or something? Oh my god. An actual plutonium stick? A stick of plutonium, can you? Oh my god. I want to talk about radioactive poisoning. Which, thanks to you saying that, that actually reminds me that a game called Satisfactory, where you're like stranded on an alien planet and you have to build up a factory to produce everything that you need. You can eventually like research and get nuclear power, but you have to figure out what to do with the nuclear waste. And there are like uranium rods and power cells that you have to build that are completely radioactive. So if you're not wearing like a hazmat suit, or if you don't store the nuclear waste like far away from your home settlement, like the radiation poisoning just builds up and up and up and up and up. Eat it, really. You can't even stick the mess in your pocket without you starting to slowly die. Are there other polarizing terms to be aware of other than transsexual? Ooh, we got a new sub. Mia! You got your 2-month wings now! Oh, you have a symbol beside your... Oh, wait, that's Streamlabs. I was like, what's that symbol? I'm special, don't mind me.
It's hard to be told that I cannot do this, put in everything, every last energy, fighting myself till I've got it on paper. I read it and throw it away and begin it again.
Nom 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 nom. All the nakanoms. How you doing, Mia? This tea is heavily caffeinated. I can tell because I'm getting really hyper. And this is when all the hydrates start coming in, because I just said my tea was super caffeinated. Ooh, actually, yes. This particular part of the article where it does say, are there other polarizing terms to be aware of? It definitely gets into those other, like, slang terms that we've heard of before. It's when it says gender, words are hard. Gender identity disorder, transvestite, tranny are all other terms that were historically used to label transgendered people as mentally ill, sexually deviant, or inferior. These terms are also commonly associated with instances of discrimination, harassment, mistreatment, and misunderstanding. It's best to avoid them in both casual and professional conversations. Especially the word tranny. I've heard that used in so many different ways in derogatory statements that it literally makes me sick to my stomach. Especially when I used to just go out in general public and like Starbucks, the one and only Starbucks we had in my hometown in like a 40-mile radius, that was a very popular place for people to just go hang out and sit out on the deck and whatnot. And I couldn't tell you how many times I have sat out there, and because they had such a large, diverse customer base, because again, the only Starbucks in like a 40-mile radius, how many times I would hear people just shit talk the different diverse communities that would come into Starbucks, and I could literally hear them from like their cars in drive-through, or like literally just one table away from where the person is sitting, and they're just sitting there talking just all sorts of shit about them. Just so many times I have wanted to take my Frappuccino and just dump it on somebody's head.
Whenever your heart is broken, don't ever forget you're golden. I will find a light in your soul, I'll be there. Never leaving you in the darkness, even when you're out of focus. I will be the light in your life, you'll see it clear. I'll be your inspiration, 'cause I know that you'll do just what you're told.
Which now kind of looking back on it, random side tangent thought here, but I guess I really never realized how much my own hometown was, especially considering where it was located or is located. How much diversity we actually did have in the community. By no stretch of the imagination was it like a big city or anything, but we actually did have a good handful of people that were like out and proud of their status as far as the LGBTQ spectrum goes. And looking back and thinking on it, you know, nowadays, I'm actually pretty proud of them, especially given the community that they were out and proud in.
Leaving you alone is the hardest, even when you're out of focus. I will be the light in your life, you'll see it clear. I'll be your inspiration,
I had been regened.
'cause I know that you'll do just what you're told.
I see you, pet pet.
Temptation, 'cause I know that you'll make it on your own. I'll be your inspiration, 'cause I know
Miss Carmen Sandiego over here. Dang it, Drake, you had to do that right after I already took a sip. Have I seen Poe? I don't think so. Not anytime recently. I don't think I've seen him come in. I'll possibly head off to bed for the night. Stress levels are peaking a bit too high right now. Oh, I'm sorry, Drake. Oh no, the disappointment. I'm sorry. I comfort. The night is still young, you never know. There could be a random Poe that wildly shows up. I have a chair dance. This is a hard song to chair dance to. Let's see if we can find something here real quick. I tell you what, I actually got the perfect little soundboard thing here for you. Please don't be loud as sin. There. I'm stealing this idea 100. Ah! I'm
I'm gonna get 50 million chair dances now. I'm gonna have to put like a 5,000 point redemption on that. Oh my god, where were we on this article? Completely lost my place here. How do you know which terms you should use to refer to someone as? I'm good. The best way to determine which term you should use to refer to someone is to, I think we all know the answer to this, just ask. If you're unsure, asking the person is always the best option. The word someone uses to describe their gender can be a private and sensitive topic, yes. Many people don't share that information publicly or with strangers. It isn't always necessary to know or agree with how someone identifies their gender in order to interact with them respectfully. If you're in a situation where asking isn't possible or doesn't feel appropriate, the next best option is to ask someone else, who, preferably, ideally, knows the person. If you know how the person in question likes to be referred to. If you need to refer to someone but don't know their gender or pronoun, it's best to avoid gendered language and use the person's name instead. I also, and of course, like, agree or disagree with me at your leisure here, but I know personally I have found, especially when I'm in questionable situations where I'm not 100% sure, my default has now become them or they. It's not gender specific. That way you're still able to use a pronoun to refer to a person, but without having to label it as masculine or feminine. Right. It seems like it's, for one, it doesn't feel like you're being a grammar or a grammatically illiterate person. Illiterate? Did I say that right? A grammatically illiterate person. Yeah. By excluding a pronoun entirely, and at the same time, since you may not know what a person's preferred pronouns is, them and they is pretty universal. Ask. Okay, let me finish copy and pasting first. Oh, trans commercial? No, I have not seen this yet. I mean, then again, I watch nothing but Netflix, which doesn't have commercials, so... And they run away before I can finish typing. Cute. Oh wow, we've almost actually gone through this entire article already. That was fast. We may start stealing some of the myths and statistics I've got on these other pages I found. But yeah, definitely asking is always the best way to go. And I know sometimes, especially when it comes to things like that, because you sometimes feel like you have to, or that you're supposed to know up front without having to ask. Um, but honestly, when looking at it with the shoe on the other foot, it would be a lot more respectful, especially from, somebody who does identify as transgender, much more respectful from their point of view for you to ask and to be sure rather than automatically assuming and potentially getting it wrong. And like I know in my like experiences and situations, especially considering that I did kind of, at least for more than half my life, I kind of grew up in a very isolated, under a rock type situation where I didn't get a lot of exposure to community, or very progressive thinking. Um, a lot of times it is hard to just cause myself to stop and take a moment and be like, maybe I need to ask this person their preferred pronouns before automatically assuming one way or the other. Um, However, I am not at all opposed to, like, if somebody corrects me or states that I used a pronoun incorrectly, immediately it's like, oh, I am so sorry, I definitely didn't mean any offense. I'll definitely make sure to make an effort to get it correct from this point forward, as it's not my intention to try to offend you. 100% to admit that you were wrong and to apologize for something like that. You're not belittling yourself, or belittling anybody for that matter, for making a mistake and apologizing for it. As long as you make the effort to try to call the person by the preferred pronoun, that's all that's really should be expected. Oh Lord, Zune, if anyone tries to stab you, they'll find a hole in their chest really quick. Zune said I have no doubt that there would be riots in the streets. Oh goodness. Just make sure that this happens outside. I don't feel like cleaning blood off the hardwood floors. That's hard to get out. Trying not to start drama for once. Words are hard. Boy, are you under the stage? Yep, you're under the stage. Why wouldn't I be under the stage? Right, right. Look at me being good. Beep, boop, bop. The struggle I heard in that sentence was no joke. So the things that I'm posting here and now is just a list of common misconceptions and myths about people who identify as transgendered and or anything else underneath that umbrella. Which most of these we pretty much already covered with all the stuff we went in with the article here. Oh my god, Geig and Coit are under the stage. I'm not making any promises that is clean under there, so whatever you find is at your own risk. My eye is twitching. Kidding! I just read transgender identities are immoral as transgendered identities are immortal. Oh, if only. Although there is downsides to being immortal, so. Oh my god, Guy, Coit, y'all are dumb.
Hindsight is fleeting, oh, and your heart's bleeding, and all you can see is red. Till you discover it is within each other to forgive and make amends. If I had known then, or what I know now, I wouldn't have said what I said. I took the long road, thought I'd be better on my own. Sometimes what's right is wrong, and instead,
Oh god, this myth right here is one that used to get me about any part of the LGBT spectrum. Being transgendered is a choice. No, being transgendered is no more a choice than being tall, straight, or black, or anything else for that matter. Trans people, however, have to choose how honest they are with themselves and others. Which is not, even that within itself is not so much a choice as it is a matter of circumstance. Oh shoot, this one's not even an article, this is a video. We don't need that. Wait, what are you wearing? What is on your head? Oh my god. I help. The heads of my enemies rest at my feet. Oh, Mia, no. For the dice roll in my channel, because of the way I had to set up with Nightbot, it's actually words are hard, exclamation point, dice, and then what type of die you want to roll. So if you want to do a d20, do exclamation dice 20. Which has like a 5-second delay on it, so you may have to do it again. Huzzah! Definitely beat my roll, that's for sure. I found some more myths and facts about transgendered from the Ontario Human Rights Commission, even. Transsexualism is unnatural. Nope. Human sexuality exists on a spectrum of physiological and psychological characteristics. I read that wrong. Research indicates that throughout history there have been people whose gender identity was different from their birth assigned sex. Obviously, otherwise transgender and transsexuals wouldn't exist at all otherwise. Yeah, some of these don't go into enough detail, I feel like. Like, one of the things they have up here says male to female transsexual are men until they have had a sex change, and female to male transsexuals are women until they've had a sex change. No. That is not how that works at all. Again, where we were talking about the differences between being transgendered and then transsexual, as far as their definition goes, the physical attribute is only one variable that kind of helps differentiates the terms, not the fact of you actually being a transsexual male or transsexual female. You are the identity or the gender that you identify with, regardless of whether or not your physical attributes represent that or not. Fidel Cashflow just rolled an unexpected token on a sided die. Yeah, you have to actually tell the dice what kind of die you want to throw. Naka keeps the heads of his enemies on the stage. There you go. You got a 5 out of 20. Hey, I beat somebody with my 8. Slies and Landa. No, it doesn't let you, like, say how many of the die. You just have to do a dice and then how many sides on it. Yeah. And this is how Nightbot dies tonight. Oh, you'll like this though. Hang on. Nakarumi dropped Meteor against role players and their scroll. Oh wait, that means I lost because you got paper. Well, damn it. Wait, who's Aiton? Oh, here's a good myth that I want to post up here. Women's space is not safe space if male to female transsexuals are allowed. This was actually a huge issue in the state of North Carolina, especially with that HB1 bill that they tried to pass here. Oh, wait, I want to do Party Finder.
I wish I could walk away. Wish I didn't have to see your face again. I wish I could.
I think when we had come up with the rock paper scissors game, we actually sat here for probably about a good hour and a half trying to come up with Final Fantasy words to do rock paper scissors. I drink ta-ta for now. Thank you for popping in, Mia.
It's been killing me. Oh, it's been killing me.
But yeah, with this particular myth, where women's space is not safe if male to female transsexuals are allowed, the fact says women's space, and anyone's space for that matter, is not safe when behavior is disrespectful or threatening. Transsexuals are no more likely to behave this way than other people are. Individuals who behave inappropriately should be excluded rather than excluding an entire group because some of its members act in inoffensive ways. That's just like, you know, saying that because a redhead went into a women's bathroom and decided that she was gonna cut somebody, that all redheads should be excluded from public restrooms and have to use an isolated stall all by themselves or something like that. It's ridiculous.
Stuck this way. I wish I could, but I can't.
There was a quote? What?
It's been killing me.
Ooh, look at this coat Ree's wearing. Hello. Looking all smancy and shit. I see you. With your metallic brass leather coat over there. And that just magically disappeared. Color neuropathy. Ow, 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 ow.
Here right now, now.
Mm.
If only I could go back. If only I had known that. If only, if only, if only. If only I could go back.
Ow. Okay, that hurt. What dance is everyone doing where they look all jazzy? Oh, are you talking about the bee's knees where they're kind of just rocking back and forth while... Yeah, it's called the bee's knees. I think you buy that one from the Gold Saucer, is that right? If I remember correctly here. The Gold Dance is definitely one of the better ones that you can get your hands on, but because of the fact that you end up twirling side from side, it takes up so much room, and you always feel like you're about to knock the fuck out of somebody. Gold Dance is king! Yeah, you seriously kind of have to, like, gauge your area and make sure you're cleared for landing before you start doing the Gold Dance. It's fucking amazing. Is it not? He looks absolutely crazy in that mask, and I love it.
You split my heart in two. You I cannot replace, memories cannot erase. No, I don't know how to. What we started for fun got me feeling so numb. I feel just like a fool. I know it's that I think of you, I'm losing sleep. I don't know what it is you do. The moment that you walked into my life, I started to go head to toe for you.
Ooh, I totally had a tell earlier, and I think I missed it.
You split my heart in two.
Let's see. Did I have anything in my articles that covered that specifically?
You split my heart in two. If I was a bad guy, I would've left you hanging by a thread. If it was the first time, I would've held long onto the edge. If I could help it be telling you to love me, pulling you into my chest. If I knew it was the
I'm trying to
last
see if I can find some information about HRT specifically here. I think most of these focus more so on the like trials and tribulations and transgressions that trans people end up facing in terms of like community and sociology.
I say goodbye, we let it slide, but no words. We say goodbye, we say goodbye. We say goodbye. We say goodbye. From the beginning, I didn't know what we had. I didn't see clearly. Fogging the headlights holding me back. If I could help it be telling you to love me, pulling you into my chest. If I knew it was the last time.
Lahi? Oh, did Lahi not work? Or did I just miss it?
'Cause I say goodbye. We let it slide, but no words. We say goodbye. 'Cause I say goodbye. We let it slide, but no words. We say goodbye. We say goodbye.
Well, I mean, it's here
We say
because it's in the HC chat source, but it may not work unless I have Streamlabs running at the same time.
we say
Yeah, I think I have to have Streamlabs running because HC chat is sourced out of Streamlabs.
standing on the
Please don't break my computer.
edge of a cliff.
I may have made a mistake.
Realize there must be more to life than this.
Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand from heaven send with me tonight. I run away.
Okay, so I just opened up Streamlabs for HC Chat, so I'm thinking it should work now.
We'll never forget the past.
Oh lord, Epic Sax is playing twice. Oh no! Oh no, my sound alerts is like doubling on top of each other. But yeah, what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to figure out how to export HC Chat. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I have to do more research to figure this out. Oh my god, I'm killing Streamlabs. This doubling up is so bad. Ah! What in the gravy-drenched Happy Meal was that? Yeah, I think what we're gonna have to end up doing is giving up on HC Chat and go with Stream Elements and see if we can get it to work from there. I think. I still have to play around with a bunch of stuff and see how I can make this work. His brain implodes. No, don't judge me. Who? What? Where? I just got called out. I'm almost out of tea. Y'all have me so highly caffeinated right now. Oh my gosh. So I did get a request to talk about like HRT treatments and the struggles that usually come with those. I'm having trouble like finding like a definitive or descriptive article or information about specifically the struggles and just the trials and tribulations that any one person has to go through when it comes to getting hormone replacement treatment. So what I may end up doing is just kind of opening up the floor for any type of experiences or testimonies for that. Because everything I'm seeing thus far is more information about society issues when it comes to being transgendered and transsexual, not necessarily the treatments that come with it when you try to make any type of physical transitions.
Tired of being what you want me to be. Feeling so
Trying to see if there's
faithless,
any other
lost under
resources
the
I can
surface.
kind of
Don't know
pop
what
on
you're
here.
expecting of me, but under the pressure of walking in your shoes. Caught in the undertow, just caught in the undertow. And every step that I take is another mistake to you. I become so numb. Can't feel you there. I become so tired. So much more aware. I'm becoming there. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you.
Yeah, like what I'm reading thus far, it's going on to define like the differences between sex and gender. Starts talking about what does it mean to be cis? Does that say sexist? Oh, sexism. Cis sexism. Ooh, that's a tongue twister. Is cis sexism the same thing as transphobia? Yeah, again, these are societal difficulties, not necessarily like the struggles of getting HRT treatments. Oh, here we go. I may have found a testimony. Common myths on transition-related care for trans people.
Playing with temptation, searching for salvation. Can we find our way back, way back? Caught up in confusion, need a resolution. Can we find our way back, way back? No more running, no more running, no more
Alright, so I'm going through the article now, seeing what we can grab here to talk about discussion, because a lot of this is starting off as simply just a testimony, which is a very long written story here. Alright, here we go. I've got some material we can work with. Alright, so basically, long story short, this is talking about, what's this person's name? Dashir? Yes, Dashir. Where it says the myth is transition-related care is optional, and reality says that transitional-related care is anything but optional. Many transgendered people experience gender dysphoria. We talked about this earlier. The medical term for incongruence, or the stress, between a person's gender identity and their sex assigned at birth, where such incongruence results in clinical significant distress. Medically accepted standards of care for gender dysphoria include social transition, hormone treatment, and surgery. The goal of treatment for gender dysphoria is to alleviate distress by helping patients live in accordance with their gender identity. In Dashir's case, which was above described as kind of was this male to female or female to male? Transgendered man. Okay, so in medically necessary care for his gender dysphoria included surgery to remove breast tissue and create a male chest. If not addressed, gender dysphoria places patients at great risk for depression, anxiety, self-injury, as well as suicide. In other words, failure to treat gender dysphoria can mean the difference between life and death. So it went on to explain, and because I was just kind of skimming through the details here, that Daishir, of course, was still in the process of coming to terms with being transgendered, and eventually did make the decision to go through with the surgery based on recommendation from medical care, and that the chest surgery was scheduled. So when he had called the insurance provided by his employer, they said that it would be covered, there would be no prior authorization needed, and that everything should be taken care of. However, 2 days after the surgery had occurred, his care coordinator called and told him that his insurance company had refused to pay after all. Dashir learned that his employer had selected a health insurance plan that excludes medical expenses incurred for gender transition, treatment, drugs, medicines, services, and supplies for or leading to gender transition surgery. Dashir then started to receive bills from the hospital, which eventually totaled up to almost $30,000. His anxiety skyrocketed, and Dashir couldn't continue to work at his job. $30,000, especially because the insurance refused to cover any portion of that whatsoever. Let's see. I need to respond to a message here real quick. Bear with me just a moment. Okay, sorry about that. Alright, so it continues, saying myth. Insurance, or insurers rather, don't have to cover transition-related care. Reality. Insurers can't deny patients otherwise covered services because they are part of a gender transition. Insurers can limit the coverage to care that is medically necessary, but they can't deny medically necessary care based on who a patient is. For example, the surgery that Dashir needed, a mastectomy? I am almost incapable of saying this word. Mastectomy, there we go. A mastectomy is routinely covered by insurance companies to treat patients with cancer or a genetic predisposition to cancer, such as BRCA genes. But Dashir was denied coverage for the same procedure because he is transgendered and needed it to treat his gender dysphoria. That is considered to be discrimination. Okay. And here's a little bit of a myth that is still a little bit on the fence because regulations as far as insurance coverage for gender transitions and whatnot um, has only recently been kind of fixed. And oh, I'm sorry, Silver. I just like seeing the cup. Redeem posture check. Yeah, I'm catching up with chat here. Good night, Silver. Have a good one. Drake, I'm gonna refund you. These posture. I'm gonna have to take posture checks off the channel redemption here because with this chair, it's no longer necessary. Like this chair makes me sit up as appropriately as humanly possible here. But for this myth, it says that coverage for transition-related care is too expensive. Um, Now, I kind of want to break this down a little bit because it is talking about insurance coverage. It's not talking about like subsidiaries or just paying out of pocket. It's saying that insurance coverage for transition-related care is too expensive, whereas the reality nowadays is where the coverage for transition-related care costs just pennies per insured. Opponents of transgender equality, including President Trump, have used costs to justify denying transgender people medically necessary care, but their objections don't stand up to scrutiny. As an expert hired to defend the state of Wisconsin's exclusion for transition-related care recently estimated the cost of coverage would be between 4 and 10 cents per insured per month. That represents less than 0.1% of overall medical cost. It's hard to imagine Wisconsin claiming it was justified in denying medical coverage for treatment for other conditions like depression or diabetes to save pennies per month. Yet that's exactly what it did in denying coverage for transition-related care. That sends a deeply disturbing message about the value placed on transgendered people's lives. Dashir may be down, but he's not out. Together now with the ACLU, he's filed a charge of discrimination against his former employer to end the discriminatory denial of health care. We're standing with Dashir and transgendered people across the country so that all of us have the freedom to be who we are. And of course, this article was presented and written by the ACLU organization, so that was kind of their plug in there, but it still stands true. That insurance company should have had no right, didn't have any right to deny that claim. And especially if you don't have any type of insurance coverage at all, paying out of pocket is extremely rough. As you know, since it did mention diabetes, I am a diabetic myself, and if it wasn't for my insurance coverage or what little I do have, I would never, ever be able to afford it. My medical costs would be like 3 times more than my monthly rent. But even now, even though policy has changed for how insurance works when it comes to getting surgeries and HRT treatments and so forth, so on, and again, I also say this as a diabetic myself, but the co-pays and the amount that you have to pay out of pocket before you get coverage and or the premiums that end up just healthcare in general in America, honestly, is absolutely horrible and so disheartening and disappointing. And even as somebody who does have insurance, the amount of money that I have to personally pay just so I can check my blood sugars and make sure I have enough insulin in my insulin pump, and making sure I have all of my prescriptions that not just make life livable, but also to keep me alive, is absolutely ridiculous. Alright, Jake, night night. Did you do another shout out for role players? Actually, now that I think about it, even with my insurance, for some of my medical supplies, which what insurance companies refer to as durable medical supplies because it's not like, pills in a bottle, I end up paying more for those per month than what I do for my monthly rent. The cost of being sick is too damn high. No, wait, no, totally, 100%, I kid you not. I literally pay more for this little itty bitty sensor that I wear on the side of my belly per month than what I actually pay for my monthly rent. No joke. It's one of the reasons why I consider myself to be such a minimalist as well. I hardly go out. I don't spend a lot of money. Even when it does come to the money that I do end up spending, I try to make sure that it's always going to be some type of investment that is going to be going towards a long-term goal or something that I can practically use. I never buy anything out of impulse. The only one allowance that I give myself when it comes to having expendable or any expendable money for that case is Final Fantasy. Honestly, that is really the only thing that I throw money out of, knowing that I'm not going to get some type of investment or something back out of it other than just personal entertainment. Because who needs to live when big boys can extort monies? Yeah, that's kind of how it feels like sometimes when it comes to pharmaceuticals and insurance companies. But as somebody who has, been living with chronic medical issues since the age of 11, it's been well over 2 decades that I've been having problems and medical conditions and everything else in between. You figure out ways around it. You find all the loopholes, ways to cheat the system. Just anything and everything that you can do or find to make sure that you can get by from day to day and month to month. And I hate to sound kind of like a Debbie Downer when I say it, but when you have no other choice, you do what you gotta do just to survive. Gracious, pardon me.
We are forever learning.
Oh, here's one topic I just found on one article. Is life always lonely for people who choose to transition? This goes on to say the fear of being lonely, unlovable, and more practically unemployed is realistic, mostly at the beginning. 60% of transgender people in one 2006 study were unemployed. For example, many relationships end during and after transition. Dating can be painful. Several people interviewed said it was nearly impossible to find understanding partners. Very few people are comfortable being in a relationship with a transgendered person, Davis said. It's not us, it's everybody who struggles with people like us. It's lonely, it really is. But many transgender people do fine over the long term, in life and in love. Bakhting said, "Oh, we got a donation. Oh my goodness, we got a $75 donation. Oh my god, Issachar, thank you. Holy crap. That's like, what, a third of what we're aiming for the microphone upgrade? Oh my goodness. Hype. Yes. Holy crap. Where's my little... Woo, shit. I like completely lost track of what I was reading there. Woo! My goodness, thank you! Huge shout out. Well, Drake's not here, so I'll do it here in a second. Or, if, you know, role players, if you're able to get it. But shout out to Issachar, oh my goodness. Progress! Yep, the microphone is my next major upgrade as far as just streaming production goes. I mean, my Kraken gets the job done, is pretty awesome, but I'm ready to definitely... Oh, thank you, Liro Zaliro, for the 100k donation here. Fight the good fight, brother. You got it. 100%. We are going to be keeping this up all the way until the end of the month, where we are celebrating awareness and all sorts of information, myths, and facts about different parts of the LGBTQ plus spectrum. This coming Monday, we will be talking about... as I said the other night and people found amusing, straight up homosexuality is what we're going to be talking about this coming Monday. So of course, you know, gay, lesbian, trials and tribulations, myths and facts that go along with that. That's what we'll be doing Monday. And then Saturday, next Saturday actually, we're going to be talking about different relationship dynamics. So this is where we're going to be talking about like polygamy, for example, for people who identify as poly or have open relationships, and everything else that's involved in between, because there's so many different types of relationship dynamics that are out there, which are just as fine and natural as any monogamous relationship is or should be. But again, that's a topic for another day that we'll be discussing. But tonight we are focused on the trans awareness celebration here. Trying to pick up where I left off here. Again, thank you so much for that $75 donation, Issachar. That's going to bring us that much closer to getting the Yeti caster is what we're actually aiming for, so that we can have high quality sound and professional sounding audio here. Let's see. But many trans people do find that over long term in life and in love, uh, or I'm sorry, but many trans people do find over long term both life and love. Am I reading this right? And this is even with my glasses on. Oh, that's fine, not find. Okay, I'm pretty, but many many transgender people do fine over long term, both in life and love. That's what I was trying to say. Keys to success are finding a supportive community and professional help to steer them along. As people find their comfort zone and begin to date and learn how to be open about who they are, that's when they actually do their best and do very well. Wait, I can confirm have been single 8 years because people don't want to date a trans woman. Yeah, it. And again, I bring up where the discrimination and the prejudice against trans in general is not just present in, yeah, English good, right? Is not just present in society, especially with the heteronormative society, but in the LGBTQ plus community also. There is a lot of transphobia that's even present within our own community, which is so sad and, if not hypocritical, even at the best of times. But I do find, or at least I feel like we're starting to find some more momentum and education and awareness as we do get into more open-mindedness and progression with people. And not to be morbid, but you know, that old traditional generation that is extremely conservative and so set in their ways and just negative traditional point of views, they're starting to fade out. So as that time continues moving forward and, you know, newer generations are now becoming the older generations, we are finding that that point of view, that way of thinking is starting to reach the end of its rope. It's still a long ways from where it should be. And, you know, I only hope and pray that the day of Star Trek mental capacity gets here sooner than later. But we are gaining momentum on that, which is a good sign. And I definitely feel like we're certainly on the right side of history when it comes to this. And that, you know, some people who are looking back on this and, you know, seeing what life choices they said and made are going to reflect poorly on their decisions, where they should have been much more inclusive and understanding and accepting. Time to die! Oof! Hello and welcome! You joined us here as we have actually gone over quite a lot of information for trans awareness. We've talked about all sorts of myths and facts, trials, tribulations, transgressions. We talked a little bit about treatments as far as hormone replacement therapy and surgeries and the struggles that come with when it comes to people that are actually going through the physical transition. Oh damn, I was prepped for combat. Wait, why? Who are you fighting? Or was it simply just because I said time to die? But yes, time. Other than our discussion and conversation that we've been having, which has been very educational, not just for all of us in general, but me too. I've learned a few things here just going through these articles about the trans struggles in day-to-day life. But outside of that, we're doing great.
You know, we're all here at the Echoes Chamber in Final Fantasy XIV, where we've been having a good time as I've been up here on stage, basically relaying everything I've been talking about on stream as well. Oh, Coit, you were tabbed out. Yeah, I can see where that makes sense. Oh, definitely, for sure. And since we are in the month of June, which is, you know, Pride celebration and Pride awareness all throughout this month, we've actually been sponsoring, for each different night that we've been open, a different part of the LGBTQ plus spectrum, talking about bisexuality, pansexuality, asexuality. Tonight we're talking about transsexuality and being transgendered. Monday night, we will be talking about, I'm telling you, I'm going to coin this phrase, straight up homosexuality. And then the Saturday following, which is next Saturday, we're actually going to be talking about relationship dynamics, such as polyamory and open relationships. See, my friend is transitioning, and I have no idea what they are going to do. From male to female. Well, with what we were talking about, especially when we were kind of defining the differences between transsexual versus transgendered, um, honestly, it's gonna be up to what they want to do and how they approach being transgendered. Um, are they planning on doing a physical transition where they're planning on doing any type of hormone replacement or physically going through a surgery to reassign their gender? Or is it more so that they're just identifying as female and no longer claim to be male? Which I didn't mean for that to sound like they're making a choice to be female, but rather just coming open to being female, and almost, you know, like me coming out of the closet saying I'm gay. Don't really know? Ah, okay. Which, I mean, within itself is totally fine. You know, if it is something they are comfortable talking with about, I would hope and imagine that they would like to have somebody to talk to about it, you know, without any fear or feeling like they're oppressed or feeling like somebody's judging them if they don't already have somebody like that. Especially if it has been something that's kind of been on their mind for a long time, and if they've had to hide it from anybody, for sure. I know my question, especially when somebody has approached me, especially if I've known them for a while, that said that they're either finally coming out as, you know, something other than their assigned birth sex, or if they're actually thinking about going through a physical transition to change their physical gender. My first question is, you know, do you know what you want to do, or how soon you want to do it, or, you know, was there any part of it you wanted to talk about, or any part you feel like you're having certain frustrations or problems with? I know from my perspective, I just want that person to feel comfortable to know that they can openly talk about it without feeling like they're being judged or being put in their place for whatever reason, as they should not be. I'm gonna kind of throw another piece of an article I saw here. Whoa, that was not what I wanted to do. Go away, Discord. See, this part of the article says, do most transgendered people have gender reassignment surgery? No, most transgendered people do not undergo surgery, primarily for health or financial reasons, although some health plans do cover it. Female-to-male surgery is imperfect, requiring many surgeries at a cost of $50,000 to $200,000. This may include a hysterectomy, radical that word gets me every time, mastectomy, and chest contouring. Male-to-female surgery is far better developed and easier. One surgery may be all that is needed at a cost of $17,000 to $35,000. People who fall under the transgender, well, I left that last sentence out for a reason, because the term transsexual and transgender can mean different things to different people. I didn't like the way they phrased that. Basically, it was saying that people who have the desire to get surgery, even if they don't, are called transsexuals, but we already went over that from the previous article. Where, because some people find that transsexual may have a negative connotation, they just prefer to be called transgendered.
I'm waking up to ash and dust. I wipe my brow and I sweat my wrist. I'm breathing in the chemicals. I'm breaking in, shaping.
Hydrate! Y'all, I have almost drank every last bit of this tea, and I am already going to miles a minute, like internally, because this tea has so much caffeine. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. After that whole scenario with the Lahi and the Gror with Drake there, I'm probably gonna, right after we're done with stream tonight, gonna figure out how I can reintegrate that without having to use Streamlabs. Because that is gonna bug the crap out of me.
know.
I'm breaking in, shaping up, then checking out on the prison bus. This is it, the apocalypse. Whoa, I'm waking up. I feel it in my bones enough to make
My
my
system.
systems blow.
Welcome to the new age.
To the new age, welcome to the new age, to the new age. Whoa, whoa, I'm radioactive, radioactive. Whoa, I'm radioactive, radioactive.
Let's see. I think we have pretty much covered everything that I've been able to find with all these different articles. A lot of them are kind of saying the same things that we've already covered here. I've been trying to spot read everything a little bit. Oh, here's a good one. Children aren't old enough to know their gender identity. Oh, there's a whole article on this one. Trying to make sure that this article is fairly accurate and up to date here. Alright, here we go. Myth. Children are not old enough to know their gender identity. Some children genuinely identify with a gender different from the one assigned to them at birth at a very early age. And some others won't conform to gender norms, but won't necessarily grow up to identify as transgendered. A study from the Trans Youth Project found that trans children as young as 5 years old respond to psychological gender association tests, which evaluate how people view themselves within gender roles as quickly and consistently as those who don't identify as trans. I always knew, Jordan Gids, a trans man in Columbia, Maryland, said, but I grew up and had the whole world telling me I'm wrong. At that point, as a child in the 1990s, there was no visibility whatsoever about trans issues. My parents just assumed I was a very butch lesbian. For medical professionals who consult with parents on gender, the goal is to gauge whether a child's behavior indicates gender dysphoria, gender nonconformity, or early experimentation. Diane Ehrensaft, oh that's a name, Director of Mental Health at the UCSF Beninoff Children's Hospital Care and Adolescent Gender Center, I almost said garden, said parents and doctors should watch for consistence, persistence, insistence, and a history of gender nonconformity, which can be evaluated early on to tell if a child is trans. But above all, she said parents should foster a supportive environment that lets kids drive the process of establishing their own identity. That was a mouthful, but it's true. It's very, very common for us to know more about ourselves at such a young age, way before we get much older into age and just try to rationalize everything and try to make simple outlooks complicated with emotions and uncertainty. There's a really horrible and damaging myth, and turfs like Rowling spread it like wildfire. Yeah, thank you, J.K. Rowling. Children are never too young to think about or understand these things. No, as a matter of fact, I honestly feel like, kind of like how people say all the time that, from the mouth of babes, it is pure unadulterated truth, because they don't have a lot of the white static that we do as adults to muddle everything. Why did I bring up the teleport menu? I meant to type Party Finder. Now, one very specific part of this article, I do think was taken in very well consideration, was when they did talk about the director of mental health, Dr. Diane Ehrensaft, where it does need to be a very tentative observation for consistency, persistency, insistency, and a history of gender nonconformity. Especially if you are going to be looking into any type of HRT treatment or surgery for a child who may be trans, because there may be situations and or scenario where it could potentially just be a momentary phase, and I say that very carefully, because I don't want it to sound like, oh, I'm gay, oh no, it must be a phase. No. There could be momentary situations of fascination and or interest that could be possibly passing just because of child psychology and how things work when it comes to interest with children, which is why I am very glad that this was mentioned in terms of consistency, persistency, and insistency. But especially if you do have a child that is showing all of those flags, I don't want to say flags, but signs and indications that this is something that is nowhere near passing nor going away, that it needs to be acknowledged, supported, and make sure that it's not being dismissed. Going back to one of our former articles, it is definitely not a medical or psychological problem to be trans whatsoever. Back when they used to consider transsexuality a mental illness. But in these cases where it does cause, like gender dysphoria, for example, if a child is suffering from that dysphoria because of the stress that's being brought in by gender expectations and gender norms presented by the rest of society, then yes, that is something that needs to be acknowledged and treated as valid as it is. Treated as in respected, treated not as if it was a symptom. Watching my mother, who is a
not necessarily a teacher, but she doesn't even necessarily have a proper title, but she works for the school system. And she does a lot of floating in between classes. But she knows and sees a lot of children and gets a first-hand experience of how families treat said children, um, and how their parents interact with each other and other people and with their children. And especially for those that she's become more intimately aware because, her oldest son is gay, so she's very aware of the spectrum and the LGBT community. But when she is able to see and identify another kid who is on that spectrum in that community, and their parents are either completely derogatory or dismissive or anything along that nature, it is absolutely heartbreaking. Especially with all the pride events and discussions that I've been having in like several Facebook groups, for example. I see so many parents who are at these events that are wearing t-shirts and holding billboards and are like, if your mom or if your parents doesn't accept you, I will be your gay mama, and I'll give you a hug. And it breaks my heart to know that there are people out there that disown their children over something that makes up so little of who a person is. It almost literally brought a tear to my eye right then and there, because it really does break my heart so much. But the reality of it is that people are so stubborn and set in their ways and closed-minded and just want to turn a blind eye to it so badly that they are even willing to dismiss their own flesh and blood because of it. It blows my mind. It's also problematic when so many parents are just like, their kids just have to be normal and raise them with very strict gender and sex stereotypes. Yeah. They think they're doing it for the better good, but in reality, they're only doing not only the child that harm and teaching them that level of hate, but they hurt society by sending those same ideals and that hate and that discrimination out into the world. It goes to the old cliche of you reap what you sow, and that happens with your children too. I feel very, very strongly on the fact that the karma that you instill as a parent for your children is the karma that's going to be regurgitated from that child when they go out into the world on their own. And even though I don't have children of my own, I have helped to raise two children in my lifetime. And if I were to see those same children go out and treat people in that manner or in that way, I would be very disappointed for them because of the way that they behave, but I would also be so ashamed of myself to have had any part of giving them that outlook about other people. I can't. I cannot rest well knowing that I would have instilled that into a child who is then emulating it out further into society with other people. And how other parents are able to sleep at night knowing that, I can't imagine. I honest to God, cannot imagine. I know with my own parents, like, again, without trying to sit here and tell an autobiography of my life story here, I feel like I have both seen everything wrong that you shouldn't do,
as well as everything right that should be done. And I say that like pre my biological parents' divorce and then post divorce when both of them met somebody else and got remarried. I mean, it's your stream and we love to hear all about you. Oh, no, role players, you don't even understand. If we go into that kind of detail, that's going to have to be like a 3-night stream. This is like a trilogy movie series that I would have to explain with everything that's happened in my lifetime. It is absolutely crazy and so drama filled. I'll get the wine. Yeah, that's gonna have to be like story time for sure. So much has occurred in such a little amount of time. I got to bring it. Yeah, no, we're not gonna do it tonight because we've only got an hour left before we close up here. But yeah, with the HBO Showtime movie that occurred in my childhood, I saw everything that could and would go wrong. So that was like my prime example of what not to do when it comes to treating other people how they should be treated. And then of course when both my parents got remarried and found the love of their lives and whatnot, I saw everything right that should be done on how people are supposed to be treated, not just individually but people in general. I have learned so many lessons through that alone, just through my parents, both with the good and bad examples. So I'm thankful. I consider myself lucky to have been able to not just learn both the right and wrong, but to also have the ability to acknowledge what was wrong, so I know not to repeat or make those same mistakes myself. Even my previous marriage, like, the moment I saw that it was going south and that things were not getting better and that it was almost getting to the point of physical violence, I said, nope, I'm out. I turned heel so fast and walked out the door that I probably left head spinning. Because I was not going to let myself get in that position of an extremely toxic and violent marriage and being codependent and in a position where I was being, physically abused, or anything of that nature. And I mean, I went full radio silence on my ex-husband. There were a few moments where, I might talk to you, I might give you the privilege of us trying to communicate, but after one incident in particular, 100% radio silence. I cut it completely out of my life. I made the executive decision to rip out that negativity and never look back. One of my roomies is gone all week and I'm going to buy 6 red bottles. I need to get me a bottle of wine. I haven't had wine in such a long time. My roommate's mother was actually talking about getting me a bottle of wine for Christmas. It's like, honey, you do realize it's July. I'm getting my Christmas shopping done early. Alright, go on with your bad self. I ain't gonna stop you. Still remember the reaction everyone had to the news article. Oh, his mugshot in the paper. Yeah, my ex-husband was arrested and his mugshot was in the paper. Nobody even cared over the fact of what he was arrested for. They just cared more over the fact that it was their first time ever seeing him without a hat and realizing that underneath that hat he was bald. Nobody ever knew. It was a hat that he wore religiously and would not ever take it off for anything. So when people saw him with that mugshot without the hat, they didn't even care that he got arrested. They were just more like, he's bald? Because this was a guy that had the crown of hair that was long and draped down the side of his face and his back, but the crown on top, underneath the hat where nobody could see, it was nothing but bald skin. That's when the inside joke of I didn't get catfished, I got hatfished. If you ever heard anybody say that to me before, that's where that came from. I got hatfished. Let's see. Ooh, let's not open up an article about Caitlyn Jenner. That's such a hot topic, hot button topic with various opinions and sometimes political agendas on that one. Here we go. This is a good one. Drag queens and kings are transgendered. Myth. Although commonly intermixed as part of the LGBTQ communities, transgendered people and drag queens or kings are not necessarily related. LGBTQ group GLAAD, G-L-A-A-D, explains, transgendered women are not cross-dressers or drag queens. Drag queens are men, typically gay men, who dress like women for the purpose of entertainment. Be aware of the differences between transgendered women, cross-dressers, and drag queens. Use the term preferred by the individual. This distinction is very important to LGBTQ and trans advocates because it helps shows the permanence of someone's trans identity. Being trans isn't a matter of dressing up in different colors or clothing. It's a permanent identity that follows people throughout their entire lives. And while some trans people enjoy dressing up in exotic outfits to entertain others, the act of dressing up in clothes that match one's gender identity reflects only one part of what it means to be trans. I have actually seen this confusion happen before with with drag shows that I've been to, where somebody who's new or seeing a drag show for the first time actually asked the question, you know, if the people performing are transsexual or not. And it was one of those situations where it's kind of like drag and trans are not necessarily related. In most cases, they can be very mutually exclusive. You didn't know people said that? Are you talking about the hatfish quote? She's become the antithesis of the face of trans, right? Yeah, Caitlyn Jenner, unfortunately, like, downward spiral in their, like, political agenda there.
I'm holding my desires, my heart overflow.
Yes, the hat. Yeah, Coit. That became the running joke after that picture was that he hat-fished me. Somebody literally asked me the question about my ex-husband. It's like, did you know he was bald under there? And it's like, I kind of slept with the man. I think I knew that he was bald. But some drag queens and kings are trans. It just depends on the individual. Yes, it does. Which I think it did actually say that here, where it does depend on the individual. In particular, yes, use the term preferred by the individual. You know, the profession of being a drag queen does not limit you or put you in any one specific category. You can still be your own unique individual person and still be a drag queen or a drag queen as a profession, or even as kind of like a side hustle or side hobby, whatever it may be to you, and honestly have nothing to do with your orientation or your identity. Also, in my eyes, RuPaul is trans. Yeah, Ru definitely made some poor choices in comments, especially about trans for sure. Effie, welcome, welcome. We need a medic. Effie's well and alive, I assure you. Ooh, I just realized there was one Discord channel I was supposed to be paying attention to, and I have forgotten to check it this entire time. Let's see, just tired. 10 hours of work. Oh, honey child. I fixed a lot of things in the shop. Been home for nearly 2 hours. I'm just settling in after taking my meds. Yeah, I know that you were talking to me earlier, especially with one of the pieces of equipment you had fixed. But 10 hours. Ooh, boy, that's rough. Yeah, the slicer. I was trying not to like mention what equipment you were working on, because I didn't know what your like personal policy was, talking about what you do as a job or anything was. I didn't want to like publicly say that for you. Fix the cold table. You wouldn't believe what I managed to fish out of that. Ooh, I could only imagine, because doesn't it have like one of those gutter things where it's supposed to like run everything into a drain or something? Whenever I think of cold table, that reminds me of when I used to work at Cold Stone, which was like nearly 20 years ago. And that big granite slab that sits on top of like a freezer unit that's supposed to like freeze the ice cream and all of its contents while you're mixing it there on the table. Yes, and it was stopped by one of the marbles that holds the tickets. Oh, oh, what? Why? Apparently, years ago, the track broke and they lost the marble down the drain field. Today it was flooding. Oh my god. That oddly reminds me of how somebody used peanut butter to fill in a hole in the wall of a restaurant that I went to go visit one time. Why they use peanut butter, of all things, to close up a hole in the wall is beyond me. But it was one of those where I just kind of looked at it, looked at the discolorization of it, and just couldn't help but think to myself, how long has that been there and what has it mutated into? Yeah, peanut butter in the wall. Literally, it was a hole in the wall, and they tried to fill it in with peanut butter. Because it's packed with dirt. Quite. I have something for this. Where is it? Oh my god, I can't find it. We're just gonna settle with this for the time being.
Hell no, to the no, no, no. Hell to the no, hell to the no, to the no, no, no. Hell no, no.
It's done. I'm done. Oh my god, Effie. Fuck. Go to horny jail.
Look into my eyes. My heart beats like a drum.
Oh, I'm pretty sure everybody's far familiar with knowing that I'm not necessarily shy, but I am also very conscientious of the terms of service and don't want to lose my or get banned off of Twitch, so we're not gonna go there. So we're gonna keep up with the bonking before we end up with the other sound I've got here. Yeah, we're not going to that level. Coit's trying to poke the bear. I'm like, oh? Can you? No. felt like my ring light just got brighter all of a sudden.
Blinded by the light.
Completely lost track of all my articles.
You call in my life, you break the line. I'm falling for you.
Going back to that myth that I had just posted and where we were talking about drag queens and kings are transgendered being myth number 10 here. See, it did go on to say, and while some trans people enjoy dressing up in exotic outfits to entertain others, the act of dressing up in clothes that match one's gender identity reflects only one part of what it means to be trans. It continues on, saying, in a similar fashion, being a cross-dresser or drag queen. Oh, was that the end of our music? Oh, hold on. We gotta fix that. There we go. Being a crossdresser or drag queen or king doesn't mean that people identify with a gender different from the one that they were assigned with at birth. Some drag queens or kings may even be straight and cisgendered, meaning they identify with the gender assigned to them at birth and are only dressing up for entertainment. What cross-dressing means can vary a lot from individual to individual. Which, again, we see this recurring theme coming up quite often. These labels, these terms can mean different things to different people. Getting this right is crucial to understanding the nuance of gender identity and expression, which are deeply ingrained and follow nearly all aspects of trans people's lives. For many trans people, picking out gender-affirming clothing is only one small part of the social transition. The act of coming out as trans to family, friends, and society as a whole. The other steps, from medical procedures to dealing with how society as a whole reacts, often plays a much bigger role in a trans person's life. Purpose of nothing. Okay, have you been to the restaurant Picnic? I think it's in Durham. No, I actually haven't even heard of a place called Picnic, but now that you mentioned it, I may look it up. Oh, yep, sure enough, as soon as I Googled it, bam, there it was. Whole hog barbecue and seasonal sides. Oh wow, that's a very, very colorful menu right off the bat. Oh my goodness. Filling meaty cosmetics with other meds. Oh, I can understand that. I mean, to answer, I can be with proper motivation. Oh gosh. I ain't trying to poke nothing. The O was the sudden realization of what you guys were aware of that I wasn't. Oh, so it wasn't an O question mark, it was an O. Absolutely love their fried tomato. Oh, that sounds delicious. Ow, I just pulled a hangnail and it hurt. Fried green tomato BLT for $11. GBF bacon, how do you say that? Arugula? Pickled onions, goat cheese, aioli. Again, words I don't know how to say. Make is vegetarian with avocado instead of bacon. Okay. That sounds very artisan and gourmet, actually. I want blue tomatoes on mine. Koi, I can see you using the green and purple ketchup now. Arugula. Like, if I concentrate on it hard enough and stare at it, I'm pretty sure I can say it without a problem. But when I'm sitting here, like, speed reading in my mind and trying to speak, yeah, screw that. I'm more interested in, like, the whole hog barbecue. I love a North Carolina traditional based barbecue when it has that vinegar based barbecue. Yes, please. Don't mess with ketchup colors. I actually had a fish fry plate from Crackle Barrel yesterday, which was pretty good. It was just codfish, but it was pretty tasty. I put malt vinegar on what I had yesterday, and then I had leftovers today where I put a balsamic vinaigrette on it, which was pretty fucking good.
Lions roaring in the morning
Transgendered people make up a third gender?
searching for a longer day.
What? Oh, this is another myth. Okay, I was about to say, that doesn't sound right.
Like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy, but it's so insane. We must merely make a start.
Yeah, this is a bit of a testimony, but I do like what it talks about here, where it says most transgendered people explicitly identify as either male or female. They aren't part of a third gender. They are, by all intents and purposes, men and women. Emily Prince, a trans woman in Alexandria, Virginia, recently struggled with this misconception about trans people's gender identity while signing up for a therapy program. The first line of the form asks for sex, with 3 options: male, female, and transgendered. She said, "Right then and there, we already have an issue. I'm a woman. I'm not some third sex. There are some non-binary people who don't necessarily fit into male or female, but you don't describe all trans people in that way." As Prince alluded, some people, such as gender non-conforming, genderqueer, or non-binary communities, may identify outside the traditional boundaries of male or female. Although these forms of identity and expression are often associated with sexual orientation, think stereotypes of flamboyant gay men or butch lesbians, they're not intertwined. Gender non-conforming people don't express their gender in a way society expects them to. Some gender non-conforming people might be androgynous, meaning that they don't readily exhibit traits that can easily identify them as men or women. Men who exhibit feminine traits and women who express masculine characteristics may also identify as gender non-conforming. I think we talked about this quite a bit when we were talking about asexuality. What was it? This past, was it Monday? Where we definitely got to talking about the spectrum between male and female, and how there is a gray area that is neither one or the other.
I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah.
You got kicked? Oh no. Crackle Barrel, the place of purchase for one of the most memorable toys I ever had, the Weasel Ball. Isn't that like a waffle ball? Or it's like a plastic ball that has a bunch of holes in it? Or is a Weasel Ball more like the, roller electronic ball that has like the weasel or the ferret attached to it that rolls all around? I just defined a cat toy, didn't I? These F-boys online, man. Oh god, Effie, what are you doing? Cruising Grinder right now? Oh god, it makes too much sense now. You basically described a cat toy. But is that what it was? Is that exactly what you meant by the weasel ball? Because Koi, like, in your defense, I 100% played with one of those as a kid myself. On OKC. Oh, okay, Cupid. That took me a second, because I don't use, OKC. Oh, Driz is sitting in on the event. Okay. Okay. Driz is here. I'm alright with that. This is a bit of a bop. I can't sit still. It really is hard to sit improperly in this chair. Like, I was trying to, like, sit on my side and, like, lean in the chair. I can't do that. It doesn't feel natural. Which is a good thing in regards to my back and my posture, but I was trying to get, like, all... Well, no, if I wanted to do that, I could just recline the chair and, like, lay back, but I'm not going to do that during the stream. It's one of the few poly-friendly apps despite the stupidly high paywall. Really? I don't know if it's just because of maybe my experiences or my exposure, but I have found, like, Growler, for example, to be a very poly-friendly app, or at least I thought so. Oh my god, that's crazy. See, yeah, that's one thing right there that would completely drive me away from using an application. Like, you want me to pay a subscription? Pfft, bah, I'll find another one. Not in our area, at least. Aw, well that sucks. I know, like, when it comes to the type of people you see on dating apps and stuff like that, it is very specific on the region or the area that you're in that determines the type of demographic you'll see on there. And I mean, not to be like jumping ship from talking about transgender and transsexual, since that is what we're celebrating awareness for tonight. But like with my own relationship, I'm in an open relationship with my boyfriend. So even though we're like emotionally monogamous, we are still physically an open relationship. And as far as like finding other people that either have open relationships or poly relationships, I don't think we've really had too much issue. Not necessarily like tracking people down, but meeting other people in that type of scenario. Now, I will admit, not trying to say that there has been or was gay drama of any sorts of kind, but I do think and feel like me and my boyfriend have had dramatically less. Yes, I realize I just used the word drama in an ironic sense. But I do feel like we have had an extreme minimized amount of drama in terms of our relationship. One, because we literally talk about everything. There's literally one or the other doesn't know about, unless it's just been a situation where we haven't had a chance to tell one or the other yet. I mean, I don't know. Both of us are extremely open-minded people. And in comparison to my last relationship, like, I'm not scared to tell my boyfriend anything at all. Like with my ex-husband, I was terrified to even tell him where I went to go out to eat for lunch because he would accuse me of trying to, you know, bat my eyelashes at the waiter that would have served me at the restaurant. Oh no, Effie, you're perfectly fine. We are actually within the last 20 minutes of the stream here, and then we're going to be closing up the place. So, you know, I'm going to be doing a wrap-up here soon. But we're in the final stretch, so, I mean, the floor is open. Like, if y'all want to toss out a question, a statement, a testament, please don't hesitate. Feel free to talk about whatever it is you want to talk about. I'm just here to be a pretty face and a voice. As soon as we hit the 15-minute mark, I'm going to be kind of making some closing statements here and do our thing.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done.
I was actually just reading the last part of this article that we were just talking about, where it did go on to say some people just don't think the term male or female fits for them at all. I can't pronounce her last name, but Mara, a trans woman and executive director at the National Center for Transgender Equality, said sometimes that there is an overlap between transgendered, gender nonconforming, and genderqueer and non-binary communities. Some people might identify with all, some, or none of these concepts, even if they exhibit traits attributed to these three forms of identity and expression. There are dozens of ways people identify and express themselves, so these three concepts fall far short of the full realm of possibilities. And they actually have a diagram that I just saw here of what is called the, I think it was the gender unicorn. Let me see if I can find it again. Yeah, here we go, the gender unicorn. Let me grab this and drag it over here.
I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I
The
must
gender unicorn. Oh, I was trying to make it bigger, but that didn't really work. But as you can see here, like everything has not even like a sliding scale from one end to another, but it's more like a intensity scale with everything. As far as like your gender identity between female, male, or other non-binary there. Gender expression and presentation, whether or not you are more feminine, masculine, or any other non-binary in your expression. Of course, you have the sex assigned at birth, which, you know, is basically a check mark that they just mark on a piece of paper whenever you're born. Sexual attraction, whether or not you're attracted to women, men, other genders, or, you know, like when we were talking about pansexuality, whether gender has nothing to do with it at all, so that would just be a flat 0 for all three. And then romantically or emotionally attracted to one gender or another, or something different entirely altogether. Because we did talk about the difference between sexual attraction, romantic attraction, emotional connection and attraction, especially when we talk about like demisexuals, for example. So it's like everything is not even so much a sliding scale as it is just an intensity scale. and that you can literally choose anywhere on that line with any of the choices. The redemption! Oh no, we got another chair dance. Alright, let me catch up here. Oh, a super possessive kind of jerk. Oh, when I was talking about my ex-husband. Yeah. How about one last chair dance? I have plenty of points. Alright, let me break out the crab rave. As soon as I can find it. I have so many sound effects on my soundboard, y'all. It's kind of crazy. Alright. How was your chair dance? Oh, I turned my display capture off. Oop. I saw that tail I just got, and now I forgot what I was doing. Gosh dang it. Shoot, what was I doing? Losing my mind. That's what I was doing. I literally have like one swallow of tea left in there. Oh, it's okay to share that tale, really. But Hotaru, who is here in the club with us here tonight, he said, I really love how you make the place so vivid, always changing the colors to match the flags. You guys are truly inspiring. And honestly, like, when it comes to just changing the colors and redesigning the place every night, it is something that honestly takes so little effort, but I am extremely happy and glad that I am able to bring that recognition and that joy to somebody for that representation of whatever part of the spectrum that we are talking about for that evening or for the night. You know, of course, we were talking about transgendered and transsexuality tonight, so of course everything is pink, blue, and white. Asexuality, we had the black, white, gray, and the purple. When we were doing the pansexual, we had the pink, blue, purple. Was there one other color I'm missing? Oh no!
This is bad.
Oh, it's been over 3 minutes. I can talk again. I almost went 5 minutes. No talking. That was rough. I literally was over here biting my tongue. I am out of tea officially. Just in time for the end of the stream. Look at everybody jumping with the glow sticks. Ah!
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side.
Totally screenshot that.
I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And
How much does Guy poop in game? Probably like 4 times his body weight.
shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Impressive, most impressive. A question better left unanswered. Oh no.
Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want
Take my position. Poking Guy in the face as I pull up the spreadsheet for the bar here.
to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go.
Phone overheated. Oh no, Effie. Not gonna help with Hades normal. I have cookies. Guy, I definitely don't mind helping out, but you're gonna have to give me a little bit to close everything up, because we do have to count money and do payroll distribution, and then of course, you know, put everything back to the way it was. Wow, apparently Twitch thinks that you just now went live. Wait, why is that? I have boiled eggs. Oh mercy.
Fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number. Fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun
Ah, where's my mouse?
and on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Where's my notepad? Hang on. There we go. What are you gonna do with the boiled eggs? Are you gonna eat them all? Oh my goodness. I just got a mess load of emotes that showed up in my chat list. Holy cow. Give me one. Let me join the party. Concern. Oh god, Coit. Oh, I just realized it did not pick up the data on the latest donator. Oh, let me see if I can fix that. Streamlabs. No, this is Stream Elements. See my overlays. Latest donator. How do I fix that? I don't know how to make that work. I'm gonna have to play around with it. Oh my god, guy.
Here we go.
Alright, it is officially 1 o'clock in the morning, actually 1:01. So we are going to go ahead and wrap it up here, other than what I need to finish doing in-game as far as counting everything up and doing the payroll distribution here. Thank you, everyone, for coming out for the Transsexual and Transgender Awareness Night here at the Echoes Chamber. It was a lot of fun. Learned a lot of stuff, even including myself, that I didn't know about in regards to the facts and myths and different trials and tribulations that trans community definitely has to go through, for sure. Next Monday, this upcoming Monday, we will be doing straight up homosexual pride, talking about issues especially for the gay and lesbian community.
and everything that goes in and around homosexuality. And then coming the following Saturday, next Saturday, we'll be talking about different relationship dynamics, especially talking about open relationships and polygamy in general. So definitely join us on those nights as well. It will be the same hours between 9 p.m. and 1 a.m. on those evenings also. I, of course, will be there. Also, Tuesday night is still Zune's Happy Hour, where all drinks will be 50% off, running from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern Time as well. So be sure to check her out, as it will be her show on Tuesday night, for sure. That can be found also on her channel if she does end up streaming that night at Role Players on Twitch. There's the shout out for her channel. But for me, we're going to go ahead and take a quick look at who we can throw ourselves at and rate somebody. If I get my stream manager to cooperate with me, I have to refresh it every time I do this. Stop promoting me, you donkey. Never. Never stop promoting her. Hey, my good friend Rain Yatsu. Looks like he just started with, wait, God of War. Wait, is he actually live? Hold on, let me double check to see if this is right. Because I thought he was supposed to be starting a new game tonight. Oh, I lied. He is playing God of War. So we're going to go attack my good friend Rain Yatsu. He's an artist. He does a lot of comics and commissions for people. He's really good. He's actually a bit of a VTuber with his own avatar that he's drawn himself. So we're going to go land in his chat, in his stream. Words are hard, y'all. But again, thank y'all for coming along. It's been a lot of fun. Y'all have a good night. We're going to go raid Rain Yatsu. Be sure to give him a follow. He's an awesome guy. Love talking to him when I can. Y'all have a good night.
My God, that is a lot of people coming by to see me fail over and over again. Hey, Beastie! Yeah, it is a raid, isn't it? Hey, Zdomold. Nakarumi, baby, dude. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, how is everyone doing? Yeah, we got a full house now. Oh, there's the door. Jeez, I was wondering how long I'd have to walk through this place. Ah. Yep, this is Valkyrie time. Yeah, tonight we are going to see how many Valkyries we can kill tonight. I am going to attempt to go for 3. And I know that...
We have to save her.
Think before you act. Are
Oh.
we prepared to face such a powerful foe?
No,
ready
we
if you
fucking
are.
aren't.
Aye, same here. If that counts for anything.
Yeah, I know 3 Valkyries doesn't seem like a high number, but y'all seriously overestimate our skill. Oh. Let's just jump right into it. Hello? Oh, shit. Holy crap, this Valkyrie is summoning a whole bunch of bitches. Ooh, shit. Ooh, shit. Ooh, shit. Hey, come on. Okay. Oh, God. Come on! Oh shit! No! No! First! Oh shit! Oh shit! Holy fuck! Oh my god! We already got our first Valkyrie tonight. We are not even like 6 minutes into the damn game.
Thank you for releasing my physical form. I have only gratitude.
Why were you trapped?
I am